Hey guys, welcome to another voiceover tutorial. My name is Sakumi-chan and we're gonna do another paint walk along, and this piece is actually pretty ambitious because I wanted to try to challenge myself to a rather challenging angle, so I did actually use a reference for this. Now, the only tip I can give you guys for drawing tricky poses like this is to look for reference. Now I'm gonna show you guys what reference I use for this piece. I did not trace it, but I did take inspiration from it because I did like hold on, let me just go grab it for you guys. Okay, so this is the reference I use, which I kind of really like the foreshortening of it. I wanted to try to do it myself, so this is what I referenced off of it. As you can see, I decided to go for a slightly different pose and a slightly different head angle. So yeah, I just wanted to show you guys. If you want to do like tricky, interesting poses, sometimes reference can really inspire you. So that was my reference for that. And as for the background, I didn't really want to like record the process because the process is super hectic, and I feel like it would be better to put them together and kind of explain to you guys what I did. So I'm gonna start off basics, right? So once again, I love using Adobe Stock. It's my go-to stock platform. So usually, sometimes I don't license it. I just kind of like try to remove the watermark and try to make sure that it doesn't look like the image itself, so that it's not as illegal. But sometimes I do purchase the full image to use if I need a higher resolution. In this case, I put a bunch of images together. So first image is this image right here. Second image, put this right here. Third image was this. I wanted to make it a little lighter on the bottom, I suppose, and apparently I wanted to make it darker again. And then another image right there, and then another one right here, and then this is my other layer. So I did want to give this area a brighter area because, you know, my character is going to be here. That's going to be the head, and so I felt like it would be more interesting to have some sort of light background, and then we're going to have the face sort of falling into the shade a bit, so that it's a nice contrast between the bright background and the like shaded face. And this is just a filter to make it more intense, brightness, contrast. And then I did find like some small airplane stock because, you know, a zero lane. And I did use the airbrush to paint like little streak following these tiny airplanes. I know that these airplanes are not exactly fitted to be in the game, but I feel like I could probably edit that later on. But yes, this is gonna be my background. So my concept for this piece was like looking up at the sky, and she is kind of kneeling on the water. So I feel like if I can, I will add like water ripple effect afterwards, but it's always in layers, so we gotta first do the base, do the background, do the character base, and then paint in the effects after. So yeah, that's my plan, and hopefully I can execute it in front of you guys and not seem hopefully it's gonna be good. Okay, so yeah, and of course I've already did the sketch, and I've already blocked in the different elements of the character. So right here I decided to go for bottom layer, which is the legs, top layer, which is the torso. Hand is on a separate layer because the body is overlapping the hand, and usually I prefer to have the hand on a different layer so that it's easier to edit it, so you can move around and stuff. and then the head is in a separate layer, of course, and then last but not least, the hair is on a separate layer. So there you have it. That's everything I've done till now, and I wanted to explain to you guys, so hopefully it's not super confusing. Anyways, let's get started. Usually I make sure the sketch is on multiply so that it's more convenient for me. I can see through the sketch down to the color. So I'm gonna start with a skin tone. So good thing about this is there's not a lot of clothing to paint. Clothing is one of those more time consuming things to paint, while skin is a little bit easier for me to paint because I've done it so much. So start off with a base color, and then I'm gonna go ahead and paint on the shadow. So I did have in mind to have somewhat of an intense light source, so there's gonna be a lot of shadow, there's gonna be soft highlight, and it's not gonna be super dark, I think. Hopefully not. So, and on top of that, I will go ahead as well using the lasso tool to help me quickly fill in the colors of her garment or the lack of it. But it should be a little faster doing it this way. And Atago's design is pretty simple, so I'm gonna just go with a white underwear. Going into the hand layer, it's white again with skin on the hand, and we're gonna input quick little highlight. And now to the bottom layer, which is her legs. So for me, the legs will be mostly in shadow because the highlight is on top, and so the leg is pretty much in the shadow, and this is where it's gonna be closer to us. And plus she's got like, I'll probably spend a bit more time after doing the leggings, but I was thinking of giving her like really pretty intricate knee sock legging boot. So let's get started with that first. I'm just going to start by quickly shading it up with the airbrush. Gonna go for a darker color. So this is where her knee is gonna be kind of let's imagine this like a lens or something. So this is where the knee is gonna get in contact with the water closest to the lens. So it's quite similar to how I painted the boob against glass effect. Of course I had to look for reference, so I looked for reference and it did seem that way. It's either sort of like this where you have this area where it's really pressed against the glass and there's a significant contouring around the area that's really squeezed against the glass. And sometimes it's dark, sometimes it's brighter. In this case I'm gonna make it dark for now, and maybe I'll look for a reference later on. Of course, reference is very helpful, and nowadays with the increasing amount of realistic detail that I want to achieve in a lot of my pieces, I always look for reference, because without it I would be lost. To be honest guys, I would be lost. And gonna do some simple details there. I'm going to try to see if I can like add a bit more shadow here, so that we could try to add a bit of skin tone inside the dark stocking, because it is a little transparent. I do want to make it a little transparent, but I just have to play around with it. So I'm gonna contour the leg like that. It's that up. Now I'm going to go here with the leg. Gonna add a little bit of shadow, and then this is the undie, which is gonna be white. I'm going to start off with a bit of blue tone for shadow. It's actually coming along. That's the power of reference for you guys. It's very, very... And on top of that, I'm going to have that reference that I had used for the pose on the side, because it's actually a good reference in terms of shading as well. So I'm also looking at that while I paint and taking note of where the shadow is, etc. So I am gonna use a slightly darker shade right now, and oh god, that's not dark enough, maybe a bit more. So looking at the reference, this is what I gather. More shadow here and a bit of highlight there. So I'm gonna just test that out and see if that works. And on top of that, I can see slightly bit of blue tint right there. And a little bit of highlight here. And maybe a bit of shadow around like that. I'm also going to kind of add a bit more shadow here. So sometimes, you know, I try to follow the reference a bit closely without really thinking about the logic behind it. And sometimes it turns out good, sometimes it doesn't. But usually it turns out good because you are referencing off of a more accurate, realistic image. So yeah, this is what I'm doing-ish. Of course, I'm not referencing it off 100%. And let's see. I think she does have like a white shoes. Maybe I can give her white pumps. So I'm gonna go ahead, select the edge of the shoe and just make it white. And then I'm going to contour this area right here where it's pressed against the shoe, and select a shadow color, and I'm going to add that shadow there because there is deformation in that area, and so we need to make sure it's apparent. Now I'm going back to the crotch area, which is actually, I feel like, one of the more tricky areas, because I have, gotta say, I've never done this sort of view, so I am just looking at the reference. So first, I'm going to darken that area right there as if there's a shadow casted there, and then I'm going to apply a little bit of shadow here. I'm gonna make sure that this indentation is very, very obvious. Sorry, this like change of forms is obvious. And I'm gonna select this real quick. Add shadow there where the leg is pressed against the undie. And I'm gonna add a little bit of blue here because this is what I see on the reference, and at the same time I gotta say, from all my experience of painting skin, I do feel like adding a bit of cool tone inside warm tone helps neutralize and also balance out a piece, especially on skin tones. So you add a bit of blue in a warm skin tone, or add a bit of red tone in a character with blue skin even. Like if you look at Avatar, now that's a really old movie, but if you look at the 3D characters, they have a bit of purple. That's somewhat of a red skin tone that they use to just balance it out, you know? Okay, so the bottom, I feel like it's at a good pace. I spend a bit of time there. So we're going to, oh my gosh, we totally ignored the head. So on the head, I do want to make sure the head is more or less in shadow because of it's looking at us, so the light is kind of casting on top of the hair but not on the face. The face is leaning down so we don't see it as much. So in that logic, I want to see if it's possible to have the head in shadow mostly. Quick hair, and then quick hair down here. So the reason why I extended her hair, I know her hair isn't this long, but it does, I feel, makes for a better composition if I paint her with longer hair, because I want to make sure it fills up most of the screen. But I mean, it won't fill it up completely, however, I'm gonna try. So we're gonna go ahead and start using the lasso tool to help us with the shadow. Okay, let's go with this for now. So I selected the area where I think there should be shadow, I darken it, and then I'm going to darken the hand as well, this area. And I'm going to go ahead and paint in the hand. This is where the skin tone is. I might give her more of a Chinese dress afterwards because I did want to do a Chinese New Year special afterwards, but probably do that a little later. And I'm going to very fast indicate the ribbon. So I feel like I'll probably redo this, but because the character is very iconic with the ribbons, I wanted to include it just so it is somewhat more recognizable this way. So I'm just going to go ahead and put that in so that it's a bit more recognizable. So now for the top, I'm going to go ahead and lower the opacity of the line art, and we're going to start painting in the chest. So the chest, I gotta say, it's one of my favorite parts to paint on a female character. For male characters, I feel like it's more so the abs and the face that I prefer to paint. Guy chest is not that fun to paint compared to girl chest. It's just not enough volume curvature. Everything goes on the abs and on the face. So for female character, it's the face and the chest for me, anyways. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. You can appreciate a nice eye candy. Eye can. So I'm just going on ahead to blend everything in. I am using a lot of airbrush to blend, and as well as the lasso tool to help me isolate these areas so that I don't color over what I selected. That way it ensures a very, very sharp, soft image. I'm gonna put a bit of gray. Always have a bit of cool tone in your skin tone to help neutralize, especially when it comes to this sort of background where literally she is surrounded by blue sky. So of course gotta put some of that blue in there. Add a bit of indentation for the abs. I'm gonna go down with that definition, the girl ab definition. Actually, let me see. Maybe I can do something like this where she's sucking her stomach, and then another indentation where the belly is. Let's look at a belly button right there, and Okay, so I'm going all over the place. I'm gonna go here and sort of smooth out that area a bit, and then I'm gonna use the lasso tool real quick. I'm gonna select this area, and actually probably won't. I'm going to try to apply a bit of shadow where the bra is kind of tight on the skin, and a bit of highlight here, and then for the bra I'm gonna go ahead use a slightly darker tone to paint on the strings of the bikini. So this is pretty much my process for drawing bikinis. It's pretty boring, but usually I do a basic shading and everything, and I go in with a darker color to give the clothing more definition and detail by painting on this sort of detail. And then I can go ahead and start playing around by adding a bit of environmental color on the bra, and then selecting outside of the silhouette of the bra, add the shadow where the skin is in contact with the bra and slash highlight. So that's what I end up doing. I'm going to go ahead and put back some of the straps. I'm gonna put some lines to add as little wrinkles of the garment. I might have to edit the shape of it later, but for now we'll keep it as it is. And then add the little squishy part where the arm and the boobs are. Like, I love adding squishy areas like this to the female characters. On the male character, it's not as visible, I feel, because I always want to make my male character rock hard. But for females, I just want to make them squishy. So, like squishy textures, a bit of indentation of the armpit. All this you can also see in real life references. I just want to bring a bit of realism into my female characters. I know they're unrealistically proportioned, but adding a bit of squish makes it look better. In my opinion, I like squish. And for the shadow, because her head is overlapping her shoulder, so I added a bit of shadow there. And then I'm going to go ahead and kind of contour the arm with more shadow. I'm going to use the airbrush now to kind of blend her arm in with a bit of blue, as you can see. And then I'm going to go here, select that area, and I'm going to select the darkest part of that. I'm going to drag that down a bit, use that as the shadow for this. I'm going to zoom in a bit more, lower the lines. So the lines is a distraction. It is a good guide, but however, once you start painting, it's a distraction, so I turn it down. And I just go ahead and try to do this without the lines. This way I can gauge on what's needed, how much shadow is needed without the line being there. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead, use the lasso to help me secure that part. I will select a bit of blue for this, the arm detail. So it is a white garment, however I do like to add blue in white garments because it makes it look better, and especially with the background being very blue, I feel like it's quite appropriate. And of course, when it comes to blue, I also like to add a bit of skin tone in here just to help neutralize it. As I always say, I love to make sure it's not too warm or too cool tone sometimes, yes, but a lot of times I do like the look of different tones, and adding a bit of wrinkling into the arm pieces. Then select that area real quick. This is where I put a little bit of shadow here to be like, oh, she's being squeezed into the gloves. All the clothing is too tight for my characters, and there's nothing wrong with that because they are 2D. And add a bit of highlight on that side. Gonna see if I can add a bit of shadow here. Actually, what I'll do is add a bit of shadow there, and then let's see if I can kind of make this whole area darker like that. So now it's a little weird. I'm gonna go ahead and blend this in. And what I'll also do is I like to add a little bit of a yellow tone inside the shadow sometimes as well, like that. And I'm going to make sure there's a shadow contouring the strap of the bra. And I'm going to add a little bit of squish here, add the definition with the line, and blend it into her waist like that. There we go, zoom out real quick. So that's what it's looking like. It's not bad. I feel like I might need to fix the background a bit because it's not doing what I wanted to do in terms of composition. I feel like maybe this cloud is a bit too dark, so what I'll do is go into lighten, and I will select I guess this color right here, or yes, whoops, make sure on the layer, make it a little bit brighter so that it's not too dark. And put these maybe I can go ahead and remove some of these super dark areas so it's not as dark. Or maybe I should make dark. I'll try and see if I can kind of make the edges darker. So I darkened it. I'm gonna apply a mask, and then I'm going to see if I can vignette this piece. Maybe I can do like that. I'm not sure. I'll probably change the background a bit later. But yeah, this is what we have so far. 30 minutes in. Well, like explain is probably in reality an hour because I did take probably 30 minutes to probably 30 minutes-ish for the background and the sketch. Okay, now let's see what we can do. Okay, let's go ahead and add a bit of shading to this arm right here in the back. Nothing really too complicated. Just gonna shade it a bit, and also I'm gonna select a super dark shadow color and using the airbrush to kind of add some shadow to it. Now after I'd done that, I did notice how sharp this is, as in the skin tone against the shadow here, so I want to see if I can try to soften it up. So what I'll do is use a dark color and try to soften this up, and that way it won't seem too abrupt. So we're just gonna do a very subtle shadow against shadow. And then, oh yes, back to the chest part. I'm gonna go ahead and indicate a bit more shadow where the cleavage is. I'm gonna go ahead and try to refine the ab area. And then the hips. There really isn't reference for this part, so I'll just do this part based on my experience. So something like that, I guess, or hold on a sec. I'm gonna bring this down a bit. And refine the belly button a bit more. Bring this down like that. Define it a bit better. I'm gonna use a brighter color. I'm going to shade, highlight the ab here, and then contour with a darker color and then a lighter color to add definition that way. And this is gonna be the hip area. Or actually, maybe I could put this whole area sort of in shadow, like this too, and then we can have the hip sort of in highlight. That's another option that I'm gonna try, so I feel like maybe this one might be a bit better. And of course, I want to have that very, very defined shadow underneath the breast. So I'm going to lighten the surrounding areas to make it a bit more intense. Same for this area too. Just like that. I'm going to select the upper area of the chest and add highlight to it. Just like that, so that I can capture the rib cage. So we got the rib cage that's catching the light like that, and then we have the ab area. So we got highlight, shadow, highlight, like a nice little sandwich. Using a slightly darker color, I'm just going to add a bit of shadow to that area. And then what we need to do now is to flip. Haven't flipped in a while, and flipping is what helps you to see mistakes that you probably can't see if you don't flip it. So this is what we have. Once we flip, what I'll do is kind of make sure that part is a bit more lower like that, because the hips probably hidden behind the bottom area. And maybe I can also bring this down a bit. So I just copy, and then I'm going to kind of just drag this down with me. Like that. And then what just copy paste this area too, and also play around with it a bit. Maybe not as much, but just have it there. And then what I'll do is select the very top of the chest area where I think will be the most highlighted by the highlight. Probably include a bit of that for highlight and a bit of the hips as well. Maybe a bit of that, but I'm not sure. And then what I'll do, copy, Control Shift paste, adjustment brightness, make it really bright. So if I end up doing this, what I need to do now is make sure that the background is not as dark. So I'm gonna try to go back into the background. I'm gonna apply a multiply layer and try to darken the areas where it is brighter so that it's more clear to the viewer. So maybe a bit darker here too. Something like that. Or I'll probably play around with the clouds as well. Yeah, maybe a bit brighter there, but for sure this area needs to be darker. And I'm gonna go back now to blend it out. I'll add a little bit of skin tone to the edge of the bikini. Merge down, lock down the layer. And what I'll do is add a little bit of a shadow, use a slightly darker color. I'm going to paint it at where it's the fabric and the skin meets. And going back to the bra now, I'm going to continue that shadow a bit all the way up. Same with here, all the way up like that. And then I'm going to go into my favorite tool, which is the smudge tool, which is a great blending tool. Just very easy to blend with, but the downside of it is it gets overly blendy, so we have to pick the right areas to blend and leave some of the areas out of that. But anyways, down to the shadow now. I'm going to go ahead, select this color right here and bring it down to the rib cage area. I'm assuming this is where I'll probably put it. And hopefully I can give her a nice toned abs. So get the belly button going, and then the ab lines going as well. And then a bit of shadow here. I'm going to also kind of bulk this area up and also darken the hair up because I feel like it's getting a little bit muddy, so I would like more contrast, so I will be adding in the shadow for the hair like that, as well as for the bottom of the character. So what I'll do is cleaning it up a bit. I'm gonna select this area right here, kind kind of blending it in with the shadow, and also at the same time making sure the highlight is showing. Apply a bit of highlight here, and most of all at the very top, I feel, of the legs. I'm going to go ahead, use the editing option again, and make sure it is a lot brighter. Also, another thing you could do is go into hue saturation and simply raise the brightness as well. I feel like maybe this one is a little bit better, so I'll go ahead and do that, and as you can see, it is a brighter now. So every time when I do this, I have to make sure that the background is darker than the changes I've made, or lighter than the changes I've made. For now, I think it should be okay, but we probably need to go back to the background, make sure it's a little bit more contouring of the piece, make sure it's dark enough so that we can see the silhouette of the character 100% to 100%. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead, select this area, and using a slightly darker color, I'm gonna go ahead and do that for the, what's it called, the trim of the stocking. And then do that trim as well. So now for the undie, I'm gonna see if I can push it a bit towards a lighter color, but I'm not sure if it will look a little out of place, so I'm going to slightly brighten it a bit, because, you know, the reason being the skin down here is quite dark because of the shadow, and if I keep the undie like a little bit darker, I feel like maybe it won't stand out as much, so I wanted to see if I can make it a little brighter and get a little bit of rippling going on. And going back to the leg right here, I'm gonna try to see if I can add a bit of blue down here, and also at the same time a bit of orange as well, and just a, you know, in general, a lighting in shadow, sort of rim lighting shadow. I'm going to go ahead and really separate those butt cheeks, you know, and contour that real quick. Add the shadow here. It's very delicate business. And then contour her nice booty. Just like that. And I feel like need a little bit of a shadow here where there is a muscle of the leg. I don't know what the muscle is called, but all I know is it's there. And gradually using the airbrush to blend that in. Okay, now I'm gonna see if I can focus on this knee right here. Recently I've been trying to make the knee a bit more anatomical when I draw my pieces. I feel like that adds anatomy and also makes the character sexier if the character has nice knees. So that's what I've been doing. Also, sometimes I'm not really sure how to draw certain things. I use reference as well. So blend that in using the airbrush once again. Blend that in. I'm using a shadow here to contour the knees, I mean the leg. So as you can see, this part is a bit sharp, so when that happens I'm gonna try to also add shadow on the other side so that it's not as sharp. probably gonna add a bit of shadow like that too. I want to see if I can make this look a little wet. So when it comes to wet objects, which I like to paint personally, I love shiny stuff, there's gonna be a lot of highlight and a lot of shadow. Right now I am using the airbrush to help me with it. And then after, of course, because using a lot of airbrush makes the image very soft, I go in with the lasso tool or manually afterwards to give more definition. But for now, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to increase the solidness of my brush real quick to do a little shine, give a little shine to the stocking. Like that. And we'll do the same here, so I'll just go ahead and do a little shading here. Like that. And probably on top as well, but I gotta make sure that the what's it called, the shadow up top isn't out of place, so something like that. I really want to make sure that the anatomy of the leg is shown. I'm going to go ahead and clean this up a bit. Let's rotate once again, see how that looks. Okay, so I mean, it's getting there. I'm going to make unlock it so I can start by sort of making some custom shape. I'm gonna shade the one of the kneecaps here, the other one, and high contrast, so shadow highlight. I'm going to actually add a little bit of highlight here and a bit here, like that. And then using the smudge tool, highlight that area. And of course the other side where we're gonna have the blue highlight. So we're gonna have both sides highlighted. That's a lot of me. That's all I have to say. Might be a bit too much, but I'm gonna do too much and then edit it down later on. So, yeah. Go ahead and add that shadow there. And have the skin really squeeze into the thighs. You know what? I'm gonna do this. A bit more squeeze. Like that. And maybe even like lower the panties. I'm all about that skin. Exposing that skin. Just want everything to be super tight. Pretty much. Because, you know, in real life, I prefer to wear baggy clothes, so I make up for it by dressing the characters like drawing tight clothing. And I think that should be okay. And go ahead, use the lasso tool to help me secure this shape right here. Add a little bit of indentation shadow here. And last but not least, do the same for the stocking. And for the stocking here, I'm gonna go ahead, add that skin tone highlight. Like that. And I feel like I want this to be really, really squishy, so I'm gonna see if I can add a bit of highlight here and then shadow like that. And right now it looks muddy. A lot of times my art looks muddy when I'm experimenting, so bear with me. So yeah, gonna maybe make this bulk up a bit more. And also, let me experiment by adding shadow around this muscle right here. So a lot of times I also try stuff out, so I'm not gonna say a step if I'm not sure what to do. I'm just gonna say I'm experimenting. I'm gonna add a little bit of shine here, as in adding high contrast to this area, which creates shine to the piece. And add a bit of shine here, add shadow here. That way it creates shine, as you can see. So I've just recently started doing more of these tricky poses, but it's really helping me in terms of drawing more dynamic character, which is my goal as well. I'm going to add a sharp highlight here, a bit of shadow here, lock that down, add shadow on the other side, and we're gonna see what that looks like, if that looks weird or not. So a lot of this is just kind of experimenting and stuff. I'm not really sure if it looks right or not. I'm just hoping it looks right, as well as looking for references. But it's kind of hard to find reference for this, I feel. And I'm gonna try to paint on a bit of ankle here. And then her nice shoes. I have trouble with shoes. I will tell you guys, a lot of times I don't know how to paint shoes, especially high heels. I just look for a stock image and then I use that to help me. But yeah, this time I'll try my best. Probably gonna thin this out a bit more. Make it a bit thinner. Now back to this leg right here. Alright, let's see if we can also do a bit more refining for this. I'm gonna see if I can add a bit more shine to this. I know it's already shiny. I'm gonna make a separate layer just in case, and I'm gonna go ahead and start by adding in a little bit more shine on this side, and cut this up right here. I'm gonna see if I can make this like that. So I'm actually looking at the reference right now and seeing if I can kind of reference it a bit better. So this whole part is actually shadow in the reference. I want to see if that would work, or if it would be too weird. Might be a bit too much. Let me see if I can make it a little bit less crazy. So I'm gonna move this down a bit. Add this in. So it's gonna be a lot of this. And then there's a lot of shadow here, facing off of the reference, and then we have highlight on this side. then some more little highlights on this side. So I'm gonna use a lighter color and add those in at the same time. So let's contour that area and also add shadow around that area as well. Same for this, I think. So I'm gonna add in the shadow now, extending it down. And then shadow highlight between. Extend that over a bit more. So this is my change. Probably gonna edit that bit. Sorry, I've been quite a bit more quiet about this. I just want to make sure I get it right. Kind of like this, I think. This is how they had it in the reference. Just going to erase that. Okay, so this is what I have so far. I'm going to flip it and see if it looks weird. Maybe I will copy paste that area and kind of make it a little bit less weird. And maybe shade it a bit more, and also add a bit more highlight to it too. A bit more highlight. And highlight here too. A bit of highlight here. See if that works. I'm just trying to, let me zoom out real quick. Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. And shape that a bit. Add that highlight all the way down to the band. To actually darken the band here a bit, and extend the squish up. Okay, if I do that, then I might have to add a bit more shadow here. So it would look something like this. Hold on, it might not make sense. Let me have a look. I have to rotate it real quick. Let me check it out. I'm gonna copy paste this whole thing and bring it down like this. And that there, and add a bit of shadow here. What I'll do also is continue the highlight, continue it with shadow first, highlight, and then shadow I will also try to see if it might look a little better with a bit of blue in there instead of all bright gray. Sometimes that adds a little extra to the piece and also makes it look like PVC too. So I like to draw PVC textures as well. So I just want to see if this might look a little better. I'm just putting this down, and then I'm gonna add a bit of blue here, and then another strip of shadow down that, and continue with the little details here. Bring the highlight down. Actually, hold on. No. Just do it this way. I'm going to select the knee real quick. Add some shadow there. And let's try to do it this way. No, don't like it. So this is what we have. Man, I feel like the bottom is taking a lot of... It's probably gonna be like super detailed. I kinda do like this though. Let me see if I can bring that back a bit. And then remove the leg just slightly. I also have to do that for here too, because her leg's getting pretty thick here, so I'm gonna see if I can reduce that a bit. And right now the hand is throwing me off, so I'm gonna see if maybe I can move it, like move the hand over here. Before, after. Alright guys, I'm back. So off camera I did a little bit of refining. So I did darken up the hips a bit and render them out a bit, and also did a bit of editing on the leg, but it's not too much, so we're pretty much where we started. Also I added a bit of definition here to the leg just to add a bit of an anatomy pretty much, cause yeah, just adding that extra little detail. I might remove it a bit, and also I added a little bit of it here. So yeah, now we're just gonna go back and try to kind of refine this a bit more. I feel like the leg is gonna be quite a challenge. So is the face. Like the face, I don't even want to do it on camera. Like I feel like I'm gonna spend 3 hours on it. I don't want to record that, because all I'm gonna do is mumble and then say nothing while you guys are sitting there watching me flip the nose like 200 times. So I don't know if I want to do that. Hopefully I get it right the first time, but we will see. So contour it. I'm going to contour this side next. Add a bit of highlight there. Down, smooth it out a bit more. I'm gonna add a bit of highlight here too. And wonder if I should... No, I'm not not gonna do it. You know what? I kind of like how I shaded this part. So usually when I like what I did previously, I'm just gonna copy paste it and then kind of half on opacity, so you see a bit of the previous version and then a little bit of the version I have now. And this is usually how I go about it. I might actually make that part a bit more visible. So I'm gonna merge down again. And select the knee real quick. I wanna see if I can make it a bit more blue and then a bit of skin tone. I don't think it works that well. I'm gonna see if I can add a bit of highlight to these areas, because I kind of want to make her leggings seem a little wet. So yeah, that's one way of doing it. Select the silhouette, and we're gonna do the same thing to that one. I'm gonna make sure to contour it with a bit of sharpness. I don't think it works that way. Damn it. Okay, I'm gonna redo. Just testing stuff out, guys. Just testing stuff out. I'm gonna shade it this way, maybe. Maybe that'll look a little weird, less weird. You know what? I can put a bit of shadow here. Because technically, I mean, that leg would probably cast a shadow on the other leg. And I'm just going to go ahead. Actually, I liked it before. I'm gonna do it this way. Bring the dark color all the way in like that. Add a bit of highlight here. Add a bit of it here. And then on this part right here. No, actually it doesn't look good. Bring it back a bit. I'm going to select this part right here. I'm going to see if I can kind of add skin tone in on the inside. See if that makes it look, see if that makes sense, pretty much. And then I'm going to squeeze to shadow in. Just going to continue to refine. Maybe refine this area too. Kind of neglected it a bit. And I'm gonna go in with a darker brush and a little bit sharper as well. Make a little definition there. Gonna see if I can add just a little bit of a shine here and then here, and just kind of continue this all the way down. I wonder if I can do something like that. I guess I could. Okay, I just kind of shaped it a bit. Work a little better. I wonder if I can add a bit more shadow like that and highlight. Lock that in. I'm going to see if this looks. This looks okay. It's alright. skin tone in there, add a little bit of shadow in there, and then gradually blend this downward. And at the same time, I'm gonna shade up the legs. Let's go ahead and use like the brightest skin tone on the side of the leg, and also, yes, I think that should be okay. Lock that in, and we're gonna see if I can add a bit of shadow on that side, or if it's too weird, too out of place. I think it should be okay. Let me see if I can bring it all the way down. And of course, gotta blend it in, otherwise it's gonna look muddy. And then to the leg. Same for this side. But for this side, I'm gonna add a bit of blue to that side, and then to the other side. And now for the shoe, so I'm gonna go ahead and give it more of a smile line, and kind of remove, soften the shape of the shoe. I probably need to look at an actual high heel and see how that actually looks, because I have a lack of knowledge of high heel. I don't really wear high heels, so I need to look at reference for that. And I don't often draw high heel either, so that's another thing. I'm gonna add a bit of impression of the shoe here. Let me make this a little thicker as well. And add a bit of it there. Lock it down. I'm going to, lock this down, add a line of shadow right there, and then just kind of try to blend it in a bit, add a bit of shadow there. And let's see, I want to see if I can actually kind of thin this part out a bit more, like that. Actually, you know what? What I'll do is copy this whole area, and I'm just going to kind of make it a little more curvy, like that. And after, I'm gonna blend this in, and clean that up a bit. Merge this down. Also gonna clean this up. Gotta make sure the details are not messy after I do that. I'm going to expand this a bit over. Lock that down. I'm going to try to smooth this a bit more. Add a little bit of skin tone here. me look at the reference real quick. Okay, so let's add, no, actually I can't do that. Let's just make this a little darker. And then going to multiply, add a bit of shadow there. Okay. I'm gonna try to add a bit of shading to the heel, so it's not gonna be too extreme because I'm not an expert in painting high heels. I think that should be okay. I'll add a bit of shadow here. And there should be okay. And then what I'll do is include just a teeny bit of highlight where the sock is kind of, her feet is kind of going into the shoe. Maybe I can include a little bit of toes, I don't know. Nah. I'm not the best in those kind of shoes. I'm not gonna try my luck. Just gonna keep it nice and simple. Simple heels. And I can try to add a bit of shine to them as well. So I'm gonna add it to the edge here. Like that. Add some highlight on the edge. There we go. I feel like I need a reference because I don't know how to draw high heels properly. I know what they look like in general, but I don't have any confidence when it comes to drawing high heels, so I'll probably look up a reference later. Yeah, important thing is I want the high heel to be reflective, so I'm gonna give it a bit of skin tone as well, especially where it kind of meets the leg, and I also include a bit of the high heel color onto the skin as well. So now this is the leg. I'm going to see what happens if I auto contrast it. Wow. Okay, so I guess this is what Photoshop think of my art. It needs to be more contrast, have more contrast. I'm going to actually use darken, and I want to include a bit of a doll. Not everything needs to be high color, so I want to include a bit of gray. I'll select there. Actually, no. I'm gonna select it at the edge. And then slowly color it in with the shadow. And add a bit of curvature all the way to here to contour the buttocks. I'm also gonna use a bit of skin tone and kind of put it at the edge here of the stocking right here, so it's not completely dark, and at the same time I'm gonna have a bit of that skin tone in there, so it helps a bit. Same with this. I'm gonna try to indicate a bit of shadow, and then I'm going to add that grayish color and shadow where the butt is. Same for here. sure to contour it properly. Hold on a sec. I'm going to contour this real quick. And then darken this area up. And lighten this part. Just bring that in, or darken that slightly, zoom out. It's a bit more warmth on the butt. I think it should be okay. Let me flip it over real quick. I mean, this is the most butt that I've drawn in a while, honestly. Okay, now for the torso. So for the torso, let's go ahead and start shading in some of these areas very softly with the airbrush. Just going to add gradual amount of shadow so it's a soft transition, and then make sure to have a lot of shadow where the string is kind of, the string is pressing against the skin. Gotta have a lot of shadow there. And for the top too, not as much though. I'm gonna see if I can add a bit of skin here. Not sure, maybe it won't look too good. Don't know if that looks right. I'm gonna try to bring this lower a bit. Maybe if I bring more skin here and then add more fabric here. Let's see if I can freestyle here a bit. So I'm just going to use the brush to help me shape this area. I guess this is okay. Let me flip it one more time. Okay. Just make it a little smaller. See if I can actually make this a little darker on the side without it looking too dark. And on this side, add a bit more marks. Add some skin tone-ish color there. And continue to shade there. Let's see. What else can I do? Okay. I'm going to reduce that part a bit. Lock that down. Add in the highlight. Add in the highlight for this as well. And I feel like maybe the shadow here was a good call, I'm not sure. I think so. And hold on. Probably move that up. I'm going to see if I can like put this a bit more flat. Like that. A bit more flat. Actually not flat. Place it like maybe like this. A bit more. And then bring this up a bit more. So that makes sense. I'm going to select this part right here, and oh gosh. And just kind of edit this a bit. Make this a bit more down, and then this a bit more up. Maybe reduce the curvature here. Try to see if I can reduce that. Oh god. Maybe I can like bring this down a bit. Or even rotate this. If I rotate this, it might make a bit more sense, and then I can have the face and the hair down a bit more. Yeah. I might like switch it up a bit. Maybe I can have it like that, and then this part more like this, so it's more arched. See, I can play around with this a bit. And I have the head and face like that. So now I probably need to bring the sketch down a bit for the face. Remove the ribbon real quick. Let me just maybe this would be a little better. So this is the good thing about having it on separate layers, that I can kind of just see what looks better. But then I have to rotate the character. I will be right back, guys. Alright guys, so we're back. I did do some rendering off camera. As you can see, I did work on the chest part quite a bit, so I decided that it might look, I might change it after, who knows, but I decided to go with most of the torso in shadow and then have a little bit of highlight on the side. So yeah, I just want to show you guys. This is before, where I had highlight up here and stuff, but now I just decided to go for more shaded, but I don't know yet. Maybe I'll make I don't know. I as you guys know, I like to switch it up many times, so maybe I'll re-add the highlight later on. But for now, I wanted to see if I can make this a bit brighter. That way it really stands out against the skin tone. And let me see if I can do that here. I know that I applied a dark, okay, maybe use this. I know I kind of applied a dark outline to this just to see. I don't know. I think I'll keep it like this for now. So this is what I have so far. It's a lot of rendering. I'm gonna see if I should add a bit of highlight here. Actually, it's not that bad. Maybe I should add a bit of highlight to the high points of the chest. And just leave it sort of like that. I can leave it like this, then have a bit of blue on top, and then one tone on the bottom. That's usually how I like to put it. One tone on the bottom, and then blue tone on top. So if I can even this out a bit. Even remove the line here. Also kind of want to change the arm pose. Actually, I wanted to kind of make this go up and then this kind of, yeah, there's a lot of changes I want to do. Just rotate this a bit. Yep, it's pretty visible. Maybe I can make the hand this hand a bit brighter so that the torso would show a bit better, so that it stands out more or less. Actually, you know what? What I'll do is I'm going to copy paste this for now. So use this as a backup of a sort, and then I'm gonna go with this variation. And the auto contrast. Wow, this is what Photoshop thinks that it needs. The contrast should be, apparently. I want to add a bit of blue and red to this piece without changing the blue tone, without changing the bikini. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this onto a separate layer, and I'm gonna go, you know what, going to select the color and adjust this a bit. I'm going to dark. This, I feel like this editing option is a lot more powerful than any of the editing things on Photoshop because it allows you to pick, like, edit a lot of colors on different levels, but it is, I have to say, it is a little confusing. However, it is very useful. See if I can edit this. Not really sure about this skin tone. Let's see. Before, after. It's just a little darker. Let me bring that back. And also, I'm gonna see if I can make the bra like a lot more bright, very bright, so that the skin will stand out more. And then for the skin, let's see if I can. I don't know. I'm not a fan of this. I'll edit it later. Hey guys, so I'm gonna see what I can do, but first I want to see how it would look if I actually kind of make the hand go like this, more like the reference. So in the reference, the arm of the character is pretty much like this. And then I wanted that arm to be like that, and then this arm to be like this. So I'm not sure if this will turn out okay, but this is kind of what I had in mind, sort of. And this is the hand. I probably need to make a separate layer. So this is where the hand is gonna be, and then I need to make another layer for the hand. I don't even know what that hand is doing. So yeah, this is kind of what I wanted her hand to be doing. Maybe the hand could be like going this way. Like that. Something like that, maybe. The face. Maybe I'll be better this way. So I gotta switch this up a bit. Have to redo the hand a bit properly here. Just rotate this back real quick. And then have the glow. So for this part, I'm actually gonna use a darker color so that I can sketch it out. Using the reference. That's 3 fingers. And then the 4th one, maybe we can put it like here. And the 5th finger probably here, or something like that. I can bring it down a bit more, or have it like this blocking her crotch for censoring. or for more naughty purposes. So as you can see, I've already gotten quite a bit of layering going. Let's see how it looks if I... Actually, you know what? I'll just keep the hand here. And what I can do with that hand is maybe like make her hold the string or something. Let me see if I can make that happen. Maybe have her finger up a little, like that. I don't know what she would be doing with the hand. In that, no, it's not good. Doesn't work. I'm gonna undo it, and then I can just be like this. So yeah, I'm just kind of trying to sketch out her hand, usually with a pretty rough hand, not too much detail, and then I just basically put on a quick layer of shadow just to help me visualize the final product. Maybe I can like, I don't know, have an implied bikini string here or something. Like that. Yeah. I think this might make a bit more sense. Okay, let's just go with that and then go to the sketch. Okay, I need to do a quick face. Okay, I'm really scared because, as you know, I am the most fussiest when it comes to faces, and it takes me a couple of tries to do the face. Like literally, I spend probably 40% of the time on faces because, because the face is like one of the most important aspect of a character, and I really need to get that right. So let's get started with this. And have some tiny nose. Okay, something like that, I guess. You know what, guys? I feel like I need to give her her ships. I might have to do this. I'm trying to think how I'm gonna do this. So she's got these ships on both sides. So one of it is like here, and the other one is on the other side, kind of like this. Maybe if I do that, it makes might make the composition a bit a bit better. Let me see. I can make nah, too much. I don't want to block her, that's the thing. But there is something missing though. We can keep a ship here and a ship like here. Oh wait, no, wait. Maybe like this? Yeah, 1 second. To look at how her ship is designed. You know what I'll do realistically when it comes to mechanical parts like that? I would do a super rough shape first, and then I would do a photo collage of stuff. So it could be like I would Google, like, for example, if this was, I'm trying to do the ship, probably Google like ship, and then use a lot of those photos to help me with tiny intricate detail, because I am not an expert on mechanical technical stuff, so I usually use photo texture to help me visualize it, and at the same time it adds more to the piece. So let me see if maybe I can do it like that. I'm not sure. Maybe if I like make the hair a bit longer, because I'm trying to fill out the canvas as well, so I'm trying to tweak the hair in a way that it might fit the canvas a bit better on the bottom. Also, the ship part is really there we go. So maybe I can like make the hair all the way down like that, and then have the ship like this. So this will be all the way down there. I don't know, actually. Hold on. Sorry guys, this is usually how it happens. Like, I just play around with stuff. Sometimes I don't record it, but just know that I always struggle with this type of stuff. Like with complicated backgrounds especially, it's a lot of photo collaging. And I think, let me see if I can use that. Oh my god, how am I gonna do this? I'm already not good with mechanical stuff. Oh my god, how am I gonna do these? Maybe I can like okay, I'll do this off camera. I don't want you guys to see the shame that I have. I don't like doing this type of stuff, man. So let me try here. So I think the bottom is kind of a red tone. Let me try to see if I can at least do a little bit of rich. See how much I can do with this. Red here and red here. And so this is the bottom of the ship. Don't even know if I'm gonna have this at the end. There's gonna be a lot of little turrets on top. I think this one right here won't be very. Oh shit! Hold on. Yes. And then there's like little chimneys and little other little turrets. Might try to find a photo for that. We have a little turret here, little turret there. I can like pretend that it's really in the distance. Oh my god, guys. I really want to just like Google some photos of ships and start photo collaging. Okay. Now going to hair. Let's kind of add a bit more hair. And just pretending that the hair is flat on the ground, and it is creating very organic shape. So yeah, right guys, I'm gonna try to work on the face a bit, and then we're gonna go around blending everything one more time. So I just want to have everything up to a similar level of detail. So I'm gonna first make the face dark, because I wanted to see if I can achieve that look of dark, the head sort of leaning down. I'm going to add a bit of highlight on top of the hair, and then her cute little ears. I'm gonna try to see if I can do the hairstyle. I wanted to do more of like a sexy side bang hairstyle, and you can only see one of her eyes. That's the look I'm going for, like Jessica Rabbit. And let's go for a dark color and a slightly light color, and then highlight on under the chin, shadow, and then highlight. That's the shading going for the face. Have a bit of shadow there, and then have a highlight underneath the eyes. Highlight there, and then shadow. Spend a bit more time on the face. It's not where I want it for sure. It needs a lot of work. This is what I have so far, and this is the ribbon layer. Just wanted to include it because I feel like if I don't include it, it might not convey that it's her, so if I include it, then it might look more like her. So I'm just gonna go with that for now. It's not very detailed. Okay, now I'm going to flip this over. It's getting there. I feel like it just needs a bit more work. So I have to remove the ribbon. It's kind of blocking me. So I'm gonna go ahead and start to work on this. Get more. So I'm gonna use a dark line. And I'm gonna start by rendering these out. To correct the shape of the back area, the shoulder, and a bit of shadow here. Maybe bring the shadow over a bit. Gonna add a bit of yellow top here. Shadow here, and then highlight here, and then go ahead and the arm over a bit, and then kind of indicate a bit of highlight there. The highlight all the way down like this, and I'm gonna try to use the lasso tool to help me sharpen this because it is a little blurry. And then same thing, extend that shadow down brush, start blending. For this area, what I'll do is select the shadow that I've already put around the character, and I'm going to bring it like that. Have a bit of skin tone in while we're here. Okay, so now for the bra. So this part needs a bit of refining. I'll start off with a bit of shadow where it's kind of like really squeezed between the arm and the boob. And pretty much go from there. Gonna see if I can lighten this a bit. Shadow there. Then bring that down. I'm going to lock that in so I can put a bit of gray tone in the skin and add a little bit of pinkiness and a bit of blue. Because in general, I am trying to kind of gray out the skin a bit so that it's not super orange. For realism, it's usually, I feel like easier if you make it a little duller, make the skin a bit duller. That makes it slightly more realistic in terms of shading. I'm gonna add a bit of, actually no, I don't like that. Remove. I'll add it here on that side, like that. Then bring it all the way down to here. Add a bit of highlight on the bottom, and then going back to the chest, refine it as much as I can. And see, maybe add a bit of gray. To some of these areas, no, actually, not to that area. Trying to kind of bring down that saturation. It was getting quite saturated with orange tone, so I wanted to sort of gray that out a bit, add a bit more gray here, kind of as a highlight for the protruding rib cage. If I should add the definition of the line in the middle, but let's try it out, see how that looks. And then I'm gonna go here, add a little bit of rosy highlight on top of the belly button. You know what? I'm going to remove this. button in it. It looks a little overly soft, but you can just go ahead and add a more defined line. Same with this. I'm going to go ahead and try to line this so that we can see the contact between fabric and skin better. Okay, it's starting to get there. Starting to not be super, what's it called? Super saturated and orange, which I feel like that's one of my issues. So the first pass I usually do has those sort of colors, and then after I try to tone it down. So it's a lot of correcting and editing, which comprise most of my work time is all on that. Pretty much just kind of clearing up the chest area, make it nice and clean looking. Probably need to work on this a bit. I wonder if I can add a highlight like this. Or maybe it needs to be a little higher. But I think that might work, and add a little definition for the abs. And then for the hips. Using the airbrush, of course, keep using the airbrush. And maybe not that much. I'm going to slowly bring this up. Maybe add a bit of volume here. Let's see. Put a little highlight there where the belly button is. And I'm going to, oh god, forgot to put this on a separate layer. And kind of keep it dark like that, so that we can get the full effect of how bright the leg is. But I'm not sure, I might add a bit of shadow there. Okay, let me just add a bit of shadow right there. Take this. Let's see if I can. Shape the hips out without any highlight to it. I think that should be okay. And at the same time, I wonder if I can put the chest properly against the hand, and extend the hand a bit and add shadow here, trying to make it seem like it is very much against the skin. So let's see if I can do that. Maybe like, my shade is sort of like this. Oh, oops. Something like that. Zoom out. Okay. I mean, I guess this should be this we'll have to do for now. I'm just gonna clean it up a bit. Going it back to the hand. You know what? I feel like the hand, if I do it like this, I could probably add in her sword too. That might look really cool. Okay, add in that. Go like this. And then have her hand kind of. Okay, I probably need to redo that, but you guys get the feel of it. Might take up more space too, which is what I usually try to do, is take up a lot of canvas space. Could also bring her up a bit. Oh, hold on. Bring her up a bit and bring down her ships. So that the sword could probably be a really cool space occupier, so that the sword is here, so that it will be occupying that empty space right there. Something like that. See if I can redo the arm. Let's try to draw that arm. There we go. So this is okay. See this before, after. Oh my god, so much has changed. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna put more environmental color here because I want the ship to be pushed back more and her to be brought forward, so yeah. Alright guys. Go ahead and do the sword. So I'm thinking I'm gonna round off that part. Actually, I might have to do a very straight. Actually, yes. Do a straight pattern for the sword first, and then I will let me just make sure to have the reference on hand. Let me see. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It is a gold hilt, and then with little gold triangles. So what I'll do is copy and then paste down, and then I'll just copy this again and then paste it down, and one more time, copy, paste down. Okay, I think this might be a bit much, so I think it probably stops at here. And then we have the gold hilt, and then we have the then we have the sheath. So I will just be extending this down a bit more and deselect, make it a bit thicker. And then what I'll do is go like that. I'm going to distort it. Distort that and then make another there, bring that down, bring that there, and then we're going to give it a bit of volume like that, and then bring that there, and then curve it slightly, because that's how the sword is curved in the game. So I'm just gonna curve it a bit. There we go. Probably gonna maybe like that, and then do this part of the sword. Gosh, there we go. And of course, do a pretty basic shape of it. Maybe I'll try to find some textures for it after, but this is the basic shape for it. Going to merge it down. And of course, go ahead and do a bit of texture for the other side. And gonna bring down that side. This side. Like that. So this is a quick rough painting of the sword itself. It is pretty rough. I feel like it needs a bit more detail, but it gets the job done. If I were to zoom out right now, you'll see that it doesn't look too bad. I'm going to also add just a bit of sky color onto the sword. So this is done-ish. And I'm gonna try to, what's this? Oh yes, arm, sword top, and where is the other arm? Oh snap, gotta put it on the head layer. I'm gonna cut this, bring it here, arm. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to kind of work on this arm right here, and making sure that this part, you know, make sure that it's dark enough so that the brow stands out. So kind of like that, and then I'm gonna go ahead and do the hand. Probably need to put the hand on a separate layer, honestly. Maybe something like that. Or something a bit more. You know what? What I can do is delete this whole part sword and arm. Okay, then we do it on a separate layer, the hand layer. This layer I'm gonna go ahead and bring the hand in. Okay, it's a little messy. I'm gonna try to go now with a darker color. I'm going to line it. And try to... I don't know if that's the best look for that. Let me see what I can do. Let's remove that. Maybe what I can do is make the arm go this way. And the sword a bit further. The other arm. Just do it like that. Or she's holding it sideways. Oh, but I have to make sure that it's kind of this angle where you can see a little bit of the hand under the hand. Try to make that happen. Yeah, something like that. I can maybe kind of bring it up a bit more. That, and then again playing around with the arm here. No. Okay. What is this layer that I have here? Oh yeah, the other hand. Okay, I'm gonna name all of them so I don't get confused. But yeah, there's gonna be a lot of hand layers. Maybe I can do it this way. Okay, so let me try to see if I can do it that way. About these. Oops. Maybe I can do it like that. Let me just... Okay, 1 second. I can move this over a bit. And edit. Edit my hand. Her hand. Oh god. And sorry, I'm super quiet. I'm just trying to make sure that it fits. Sword. course I might have to actually kind of do a bit of foreshortening for the sword, so thinner at the top and then thicker at the bottom type deal. And back to the hand. And back to the arm to work on this. I think I'm gonna try to darken that side there. And gradually going for the folds slightly. I'm gonna try to do a bit of foreshortening actually for the hand, but hopefully it'll turn out okay. I'm not sure. Make sure that part is dark. Lock that down. Actually, this part should be in shadow. This part, I'm gonna keep it like that. And I'm going to darken this a bit more. I guess this should do. It's better than what I had before. Just trying to figure out the shape. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and add a little bit of a highlight on the rim. Add a bit of that skin tone in. Zoom in here. And I'm gonna attempt to clean up the hand here. So it's gonna be a lot of blue for the shadow color. Add some shadow on that side and under here. I'm gonna try to see if I can try to make this a bit more elegant. So I'm gonna give the thumb a bit of fold. I'll try. And then have a bit of angle for the finger. I'm gonna add some more little detail. And same for here too. Okay, maybe this finger needs to be a bit more over. And I'm going to see if I can like move these two fingers, tweak it in a way that, oh god, actually I'm not even sure if, actually I'm going to maybe bring this finger up. No, keep it where it is. I'm just testing out to see if the fingers look better one way or the other. Back to the thumb. And go ahead and blend that in. And then last but not least, have a bit of shadow where the glove is holding the sword. Clean up the arm a bit. I'm actually gonna see if I can make this like a separate glove. I'm not sure if I can, because I was thinking, because her design, she looks like she's wearing sleeves with gloves underneath them, so I wanted to see if I can transition that into this piece right here. It is more of a modified look though. So I got the gloves on. So of course, if this was a super render piece, I would spend a bit more time with the hand. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and do the two trims. That is seen. It is a lot thicker in the original design, but this is modified design. Hopefully it conveys her design anyways. I just want to make sure her design is recognizable. I feel like it might be a bit better if she had her little hair ties. So, but I feel like this is a good detail layer. And I'm going to go ahead and that's the arm and that's the hand. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can render up the hand a bit. So I'm gonna add a little extra edge to the glove so that it looks like it's separate. And I'm gonna see if I can actually add some little glove details. Like that. And I'm going to the gold part. And add those two trimming. Actually, let me make the trimming a bit higher. I'm gonna add a bit of shadow to the trimming. That way it makes the trimming a bit brighter and more contrast. So I'm gonna add the highlight now, and that should make it a bit more shiny, a bit more eye-catching. Now back to the glove. So I'm gonna be using the lasso tool quite a bit for this. So I'm gonna use the lasso tool to help me keep the details nice and sharp. So like that, I'm going to do that and keep this nice and clean. Add a bit of skin tone to it. And then same for here, nice and dark. And then last but not least, the thumb. Now I'm just going over the fingers and cleaning it up. Here too. Clean that up. And I'm going to darken this. And kind of, what's it called, accentuating the knuckles a bit. Oh gosh, sorry, I'm super focused. I wonder if I can like make this finger. I'm gonna go into darken, make this finger in shadow so that this finger is in highlight. Maybe just a little bit of that finger is in highlight. so that it feels like just a little bit on that finger too. So it feels like this leg is casting shadow on the glove. I'm also going to make it a bit warm tone on the bottom here, and then going ahead to the line here. Okay, actually it's getting there, and I'm gonna add a little bit of wrinkling on the glove itself, so it looks like that. There we go. Okay, now for the bra or the bikini, feel like it's only fair to add gold trimming. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Just very carefully and subtly add that in. So this is, I would say, the base color. Now going back to add the shadow of the trimming. So can go a little crazy because shadow on gold trimming translate to contrast, and we really need that because we're trying to make it look shiny. So after that, I'm gonna go ahead and use a brighter color and going in to some of these areas and just adding a dab of that gold highlight to make it nice and shiny. So yeah, there we have it. I really need to find a good texture for the ships though. Okay, now for the face. Let me see if I actually did a... Okay, yes I did. I was wondering if I did a step process, but I did. Okay, so for the face, as I've said, I'm not excited to draw the face at all. Okay, let's see. I'm going to make a separate layer just in case. So, let's get started. Have a bit of hair over here. I'm going to actually take black, pure black, and put it on her hair. And then I'm going to take a bit of her skin tone and kind of just dab it near the edge of her bangs. And again, take pure black on her ear. And then I'm going to use the lasso tool to select the outer edge of her ear and dab a bit of highlight on them. Same for here, so just a bit of highlight. And I'm going to use a bit of gray on the inside of her ear, like that. I'm going to use the lasso to select the edge where I'm going to start kind of painting where her bangs are, pretty much. I'm gonna go here and then kind of just bring the bangs down, and I'm gonna see where I'm gonna put her ears, probably here, like that. And then open the mouth a little. Open the eyes. I'm going to paint the whites of the eyes. And I'm gonna paint in her lovely yellow eyes. And have a bit of eyelashes. The other side. And eyebrows. Here. And what I'll do is copy, paste this eye and flip it onto the other side. Kind of lazy. I just want to use it as somewhat of a bit of just to have the eye sort of there, so it doesn't feel, maybe bring it over just a bit more, just kind of like that. And then just going to further refine the hair. Gonna bring a little bit of the hair forward like that. And then I'm gonna try to see, can indicate a little bit of her human-ish ear here on this side. And then, of course, I'm gonna have a bit of her clothing, so I'm gonna stick with a white collar for her clothing. And as for the neck, I'm actually not sure how to approach this because I have never, I guess we'll do it this way. Add a bit of shadow there, and then just kind of add the neck. I'm going to indicate a chin, and then just kind of make the face a bit narrower. And I'm also gonna try to see if I can raise the eyes a bit. Okay, so this is before, after. I kind of want to make her eyes more sultry though. No, maybe like this. Bit more slanted. Maybe like that. And I need to put a bit more shadow. And have, actually let me see if I can add like just a little bit of highlight on the side of her face like that. And bring some eyelashes down. Let me just blur this a bit. And blur the top. And work on the nose a bit. I'm just going to refine it. Have a bit of highlight there, shadow, highlight. And shadow here, highlight here. So think of it as the opposite shading because the highlight is coming from under the chin. Okay, probably. to kind of bring this down a bit. Fix the eyes there. And also the mouth. Might have to make the head just a bit bigger. So that's what that looks like. Probably need to work on this a bit. Alright guys, so we're back, and as you can see, I did do a major off-screen work around this piece. So I did, sorry guys, let me just zoom in for you guys and explain what I did. So what I did was draw her face. Now I wasn't confident enough to whip this on camera because I knew that it was gonna take forever, and I just tried to do a rough job, and we can kind of zoom in and refine it as we go along. But yes, I did the face, and also on top of that I did go ahead and work on the ribbons just a little bit. Other things that I worked on, major changes, was actually just extending the canvas horizontally to make it more of a landscape. So yeah, this is the process of it. Oh, and I'm not sure if I drew, no I didn't, I drew the hand on camera. Okay, so the other thing of course is the ships, the Atago ships, based on the game. Well, it's not really based on the game. So how what I did was, actually there's a website called Sketchfab that I just figured it out. I asked my friend, okay, I need some textures to help me create this background. So they found it on Sketchfab. So yes, it's actually a asset from the game World Warships. I think it's a game. But yes, that is the Atago ship. If you go on Sketchfab and type Atago on the search, you'll be able to find 3D models. And so once I found the 3D model, I rotated it to the angle that suits the composition of the piece, and then I just pretty much took it and then put it there, and I edited the color slightly, and as you can see, I added a little bit of lighten to kind of push the ship back into the background. So yeah, that's what I did. But of course, if you zoom in, you'll notice a lot of little pixels that I will have to manually go in and paint it out and also refine it. But yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that this is how I created the ship. There's nothing really too technical about it. I just grabbed the screen cap, resized it, and kind of tweaked it into this composition. And also I was thinking as well adding some planes in the sky. I know she doesn't have planes in her concept, but because the sky is so wide and I'm someone who wants to always make sure there's something filling up empty space, I thought maybe adding a few planes would be kind of a good buffer for composition. But yeah, so this is what I have, and I will be kind of cleaning this up a bit. So there's quite a lot to clean up, and maybe add a bit of cannon, because in the game she's got a few little cannons on her little ship weapon. But this, I think, is a very good base for me to get started. So yeah, this is pretty good. And I just found out about the website Sketchlab. I'm sure some of you already know about it, but I feel like it would be a great resource to 2D artists, especially for artists that want to focus on characters and they don't really want to tackle background elements, more technical stuff like me. So I will be looking at that website more closely, and I might be also doing the same thing for future backgrounds and props. Like something more technical like guns and stuff, definitely check it out, guys. I think it will be very, very helpful. And like I said, if you think that this is like cheating and whatnot, then you can say that professionals in the industry is also cheating, because it's all about saving time and coming up with the rough ideas fast as you can. So in the industry, at least when I used to work for a game company, all we did was we have the 3D artist sketch, like model the 3D characters, and then they would give us the assets and we would paint over, and that's how we would come up with the different concept. And that would be a lot faster than if the 2D artist had to kind of start from scratch. So, you know, here's a tip. And also it makes your work look way more professional. And you know what, in the industry, it's all about turnaround. You have to do a fast enough job, can't take forever on it. So no matter how much you want to kind of challenge yourself in the industry, sometimes it's better to just use photo texture to help you achieve the effect faster than if you would kind of doing it on your own. But that being said, I feel like there are artists who are actually very, very capable of doing everything from scratch, and you know what? That is pretty awesome, but I am not one of them. I do not have the skills for that, and my focus is always on characters, so I think that's what I want to focus on, because that's what you guys like see from me all the time. So I have to make sure that's my craft, and I have to make sure it's as good as possible. So yeah, so don't feel shy about using photo textures. Photo texture is one of the most used thing in the industry. You cannot believe. At least for my game studio anyways. So yeah. But just going around kind of cleaning up some of those rough edges, and also as you can see it's quite pixelated. What I can also do is create another layer, constrain it down, and start by sort of, you know, in a way kind of shading it slightly, using the airbrush to help blend some of these rough areas. And I do know that in the game concept, her ship is actually a little more different, but I'm thinking, well, maybe this piece could be like more of a realistic take on it. And so this is what I'm going for. And also on these little detail things here, I'm actually not sure how to tackle it. What I will try to do here is I'm gonna, like, there's a lot of detail that I'm not sure what's going on. So what I tend to do when I'm not sure, I just use a very rough hand select some of the areas where I kind of know that it's gonna be kind of in shadow. I copy paste, darken, and I'm gonna slightly paint a bit of blue hue over it. That way I feel like it sort of blurs the detail just a bit and adds that extra level of blending. And of course you can see there's a lot of little pixelated areas, which I will use the lasso tool to help me remove those little areas. At least just a bit. And I will just do enough. And if the character's blocking, then I wouldn't really mind it too much. I'm also going to give a bit more thickness here and color it gray. I'm gonna add a little bit of a shadow there. So gradually I'm going to, oh, that might be a bit too thick. Gradually I will be slightly refining it a bit. The screenshot can only do so much, especially when you zoom in, which I do that quite a bit with textures. So a lot of times I gotta work it a bit. I mean, work it as in paint over it a bit, clean it up a bit so it doesn't seem out of place. So this is what I have, and as you can see the propellers are super pixelated. We can go back and clean that up a bit. So this part is not as serious, the reason being I'm gonna be applying the blue over it anyway, so it's gonna be pretty much pushed to the background. It won't need too much detail, and that's kind of how you create a bit of atmosphere. The reason why I wanted these ships in the composition in the first place was because it felt really empty with Atago in the center and there's nothing beside her, and once I started putting in the ship I needed to expand the canvas because that way it feels a bit more epic. So recently I've been doing that, and that is the reason, because I'm so used to painting portrait, but after the Elsa piece I just kind of I really like the landscape format a bit more, so that's what I started doing, and you know what, it's pretty nice. So what I'm doing right now is just smoothing out the texture of what's going on. So here I wanted to put the same like marks. So you can see it's pretty rough. The reason why I put these here, this is not originally on the ship, it's because on the game you can see these little details on the design, so I wanted to put that in. What I'll do is copy and bring it over here, and I'm gonna paste it onto that side. And of course it's too dark, so what I'm gonna do is just to adjust it, and I can also put it on multiply and just make sure to kind of edit it in a way that the windows show barely. And I'm gonna go into free transformation and kind of just try to put that there. Again, still very rough. We can just kind of add that little detail. Another thing I like to do, especially when it comes to super pixelated objects in the background, is once I have a base, I will go look for other textures that I can put over the more pixelated piece. That way, you know, it won't be as visible because I have another layer of texture. So you just kind of do that. And also I'm gonna go ahead and put a bit of shading here, really emphasize that shine. And you can also do the same all the way through. So that way you paint over it a little bit, you have a bit of that pixelated texture showing through, which actually gives it a nice look because it is textured. Let's see what else. I think what I'll do now is I'm gonna select the areas where I think will be kind of highlighted, so it's gonna be the opposite of the other side. So you just go ahead and just do a general thing here, and then copy, paste, adjustment, brightness, contrast. I'm just going to brighten this up just like that. There we go. So nothing too drastic. I'm also gonna make another layer, constrain that layer down to the ship, and add a bit of blue into the onto that side, so it kind of blends into the background a bit more. And I can also do so on the side here. That. And let's see what else we can do. Oh yes, I'm gonna try to see if I can add the little cannon, but it might be a bit too abrasive, but let's see. So I'm just making the little cannon shape. Not super good at that, but we will try. And it's gonna be dark here. That. So literally it's just a small edit. It doesn't really make too much sense, but it's nice to have the shape there. I wish there was like another texture for this, but I doubt it. This seems like a fictional thing, so I mean, at least I have the little cannon there. And I will paint a little cannon on that side. So I'll start off with dark gray and then with the light gray. Try to keep it nice and sharp. So a bit of highlight, and then nah, I don't think that works too well. Okay. It's not. I think this one needs to be like over here, or in a different angle. Let's do that. I'm going to also select this area, copy, paste, darken it, and that's gonna be where the shadow is. And what I'll do, lock that down, add a bit more blue, but make sure it is darker. I'm going to fix that area, and there we go. This is a little bit better. I do know that in the concept it is like hollow here, but I'm not gonna, I don't know, I probably shouldn't do that. I also wanted to see if I can cut this piece, and I wanted to make it a lot bigger, like that, so that it's more visible. Obviously it's not realistic, but trying to see if I can do it in between realistic and more like the game where everything is bigger. So I'll lock that down, and I'm going to add a little bit of shadow there. Merge that down to that Atago ship, and then the other Atago ship. I'm gonna see. Let me see if I can kind of select this whole piece and make it really, really bright, as if the lighting. Okay, actually, you know what? The lighting doesn't make too much sense. Okay, so the light is coming from here, so that means I need to add a bit of lighting on top of the ship overall. So I totally did not see that, but to be honest, I don't think it's too noticeable. But just in case, what I'll do is I'm going to add that lighting. So I'm gonna start off with adding lighting to the rim of the ship, like that. So that's how we gradually paint on top of the texture paint on top of the prop. That was a 3D model that I took from SketchLab, and of course make sure to edit it enough so it doesn't look like you just took it from there and then just plopped it on your image. You always have to make sure to modify it enough. And I'm going to make sure to kind of have a light source on top of the building, so I'm just highlighting everything on the top level, making sure there is highlight and light. That way it might make a bit more sense. So yeah. Highlight there. And I'm going to add some blue into the mix as always. The sky is blue, so gotta add that a bit of environmental color onto that as well. And to also thin this out a bit. And I might try to add a little bit of shine to the side here. And then I'll do some tiny brush stroke for the texture. Parts of it. So this is before, after. So I'm just looking and seeing if everything, I think it should be okay for now. And I'm going to apply the the very bottom, which helps push the ships back. I'm going to reduce it slightly. And then next thing I'm going to do is look for some plane models. So once again, I'm going to go on Sketchpad, and I believe the ships the planes I'm going to use are called Mitsubishi Zero, and I'm going to select a 3D model. Now this one won't matter too much because I want purely the silhouette of the planes to put in the background. And it's really cool that you're able to rotate them, so you can literally rotate them and kind of put them in different angles and then screenshot them. Let me show you guys. Screenshot them. Screenshot them and then put it into your piece as a background piece. So yeah, pretty cool. That way I don't have to spend extra time to do that, and I can have a fairly accurate 3D model of the piece. So this is the piece in question. I'm going to, it's a little blurry. I think it is just the screenshots, not high resolution. So clean it up as much as I can. And then what I'll do is take the blue color. That there and have maybe a little highlight on the top. separate. So this one probably will be like this. And what we can do is make this one bigger and the other one smaller, because I don't want to kind of make things too big. So do something like that. And once again, I'm going to make it a little bit more blended into the background. I kind of have this little plan now. There's really no use for it. So I'm just going to another one. So what I'll do is duplicate this. Make it a little bit smaller. So now it's all about just putting it in place. Then I'm going to do it again. So these ones I rotate them to face that way. Put my tolerance at 20. Sure it's even, because at the same time I want them to be just a bit different. So it feels more like her head is up top, and it will feel like she is she's like a giant girl. Yeah, I know I'm playing with scale here. The scale is totally off right now. You have like a giant female character, some ships that are not as big as her. I just made her just a little bit bigger so the airplanes will be kind of nice and surrounding her in this circular nice arch. It makes the composition better this way because your eye will be drawn to her no matter what. I'll explain to you guys that our teacher just taught, like, make sure everything directs to the focal point, which the ship's arched towards her feet, the airplane is arched around her head and hands, which creates like this framing for the character. So in case of not being sure how to compose your piece, always keep that in mind. Kind of try to make sure that the composition of the background, if the focus is your character, make sure that it is everything leads to the character, something like that. probably find little insects on sketch up too. And I'm going to remove this one so it doesn't feel too. That is the one airplane that got out of the mind. Maybe I shouldn't do that. And I'm going to paint back the propellers. It's pretty. Okay, so now we have everything in a row. I'm gonna start by actually kind of making these slightly smaller. Actually, no, let's not do that. Okay, do it this way. And then I'm gonna go ahead and guess it's not so obvious. Yeah. And we have the tinier parts on the bottom. So I rotate this just a bit. If it doesn't look, if it looks like, okay, so here we have it. I hope that was sort of informative because I do know that I like to do some stuff off camera, but I wanted to try to explain it to you guys anyways. Hopefully it's detailed enough so that it is helpful for you guys, but I definitely know that textures will help you, especially when it comes to background elements and you don't want to focus too much on that. This is where you can save your time and work on the character if you are a character artist. But yeah, there it is. Now with background sort of done-ish, we're gonna move on to the character. But before that, I'm gonna see if I can add some special effects. So what I'll do first is I'm gonna paint background black, and then I'm gonna go into oh yeah, here we go. Lens flare. So we're gonna apply a bit of lens flare effect. So I'm gonna put it here, and you have these different types of lens flare effects. So I'm not sure which one I should pick. I'm gonna pick this one. So I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna put this on screen. Once you put this on screen, it'll become like an effect that you can just kind of plop down. So I'm going to do that somewhere. I feel like we'll be pulling this here. Another thing you could do to achieve this effect is literally just to Google it and find one. To show a bit more. So what I'll also do is look for a lens flare effect and see how it compares to the generated lens effect. So this, okay, I found one. we're just gonna try this one. Put it on screen. Let's see how this one. Maybe not the best for this big piece. Let me try it. Oh wait, yeah. I was supposed to find another one. I totally forgot. Let's try. Okay, I found one, but it's not exactly the right size, but I still want to see how it will look. Maybe this would be a really cool effect. So if I just have a little bit of this showing, but not too much. I like just that tiny effect that it shows. If you have it on the other side. Have it on top of it. So yes, I feel like this sort of effect can help elevate your background a bit. And then I can also still keep this one. Let's see where I can possibly use it. Maybe just have a little bit of it, and then when I merge everything down, it looks like that. Put it back into screen. So this is different layer formats can give different layer effects. So you can also, on top of that, experiment with this as well. So yeah, with all these tools at your disposal, I feel like experimenting to see what goes well, complement the character, would be a very, very fun and also a learning experience, because that's how I sort of learn, is by experimenting and such, and just playing around with a lot of stuff. So yeah. I wonder if I should slightly darken the background so that, or make it more intense. One of the two. Either more intense or not. Anyways, so let's get going with the rest of the character. So for the rest of the character, it's just about refining at this phase. So first, let's tackle the little ribbon. I feel like the little ribbons are pretty much there, just needs a bit of detailing, and that's it. Didn't really want to spend too much time on it, but I did do a very quick just an outline of it earlier, so that's why now it's probably gonna need a bit of work. But to be honest, I don't think it looks too bad if I just leave it simply like that. However, you know, just for the sake of refining, this is what I would typically do. I would go back to refine. I'll clean up the shape, line it, lock down the layer. I'm going to add a bluer tint to some parts of it. Clean that up. I feel like this could go a little bit over, and shadow underneath that without too much hassle. Clean up the rest. Go here, clean that up. Maybe I can give a little ribbon finish there. And same for here, just needs a bit of cleaning. So I'm going to define that area. And this area too. So yeah, now it's a bit cleaner. And what else I could do is probably take this. I want to see how it would look if I kind of played around with it a bit, maybe like lift it up a bit to give it more of a curve look. I feel like this maybe makes the composition look a little better. So we're just gonna go with that. Oh gosh, why isn't that? Okay, there we go. I had to unselect. Sometimes you select it without knowing. And it's all about cleaning at this phase. I'm gonna lock that down. Select a bright color. And just kind of like that. So now it's a little bit cleaner. Lasso tool again to select this part right here. I'm going to add a brighter highlight to it using a slightly darker color. I'm going to line it and separate and give it dimension like that. Hope it's making sense to you guys. So now this part is a bit more refined. Now time for the other ribbon. So this one is a little bit tricky because it is sort of foreshortened. So first, highlight this part, kind of just separate each ribbon and also shade them properly. So this is the highlight, and then it's kind of twisted this way, and this part is in shadow. Same for here. I'm gonna go with highlight there, and then slowly transition to highlight here as it twists. And then I'm going to go over them and clean them up at the same time as I refine. And as you refine, you'll notice that it gets, sometimes, you know, when you refine detail, it gets a little boring. So sometimes you might want to keep it messy, and that's why some artists like to keep their artwork a little messy, because once you refine, sometimes you lose a bit of that detail. So yeah. But as for me, I'm a sucker for detail, so I have to refine everything. And you can tell that I'm purely using airbrush and lasso tool for this bit. It helps to keep it nice and clean and straight. Straight as in, sorry, clean and solid at the same time. Let's see. Okay, make sure this ribbon is in shadow. Add a bit of blue to it, add a little bit of dark color, and then a bit of highlight there. Let's go ahead, do the same for this. Create the know why I selected it. Add like the smallest amount of shadow. There we go. And you know what? Maybe I can do something here. So what I'll do is flip this like that. Maybe I'll create an interesting effect. Contour that face a bit as it rolls up. I don't want to touch the face too much, but I just want to give the impression of the ribbon flipping over. So I have this thing where I don't like ribbons and stuff, accessories covering the character's face too much, or chest, you know? So that's why I'm doing that. Actually, this part should be highlighted, and then this part should be in shadow. And then I'm gonna go back to the ribbon part in the background using lasso tool again. Bit shorter, maybe. I'm gonna keep it a little shorter for that. I'm going to cut that, clean the shape off, and I'm just going to darken it so that it's visible. The ribbon silhouette is visible pretty much. I'm just kind of taking a look here. I think it should be okay. And the next thing that I'm going to be doing is the face. Actually, I should do the hair first and then the face. So I'm gonna go ahead, do the hair. So the hair is pretty rough, but actually I do like the shape of it. Since it is black here, there doesn't need to be too much highlighting going on, because the beauty of black hair is, you know, you can take a small brush and just kind of add really organic, intricate curvatures to the individual hair strand, and it will look a lot better than if you kind of just started highlighting all this. Well, started highlighting. I usually, when it comes to pieces like this with black hair, I put more emphasis on kind of silhouetting. So have a big clump of hair and then kind of diverge that and add smaller strands of hair to make it look organic, make it look realistic. So yeah, like that. And I kind of want to make it seem like her hair is sort of flowing in the wind kind of deal. So yeah, just kind of also varying the strength in which I do the hair strands too. And then I'm gonna go down here again to fix the shape of the hair. Some of this area is a little blurry, so yeah, going down here and kind of making sure each clump looks more natural with a combination of these smaller hair strokes and also correcting some of these bigger hair clumps. So I'm going in to add that curvature and detail. And smaller hair strokes. I mean smaller hair strands. Use a smaller hairbrush. Just go ahead and just kind of do that And I'm also trying to keep the same sort of curvature as I do that as well. Now, if you were to do this with any other hair color, especially light hair color, it might be a little tricky because with paler hair, it's gonna require like shading a bit more than this. This doesn't really require too much because black hair you can get away with quite a bit. And same thing with black clothing or black shoes or anything that's like very, very dark. Except skin tone. Skin tone you gotta put in that work. But with inanimate objects, or sorry, not, I shouldn't say that, but you guys know what I mean. Like, yeah. But dark hair is definitely, I find, one of the easier hair to paint because I would just do a silhouette, add some hair strands, make it nice and organic, flowy looking, and then I would go ahead and add a bit of shadow and highlight. So now that I have my silhouette complete, I'm gonna lock that down, and as you can see, I already have a bit of highlight going on up top, so I'll just use the same color and I will be sort of applying it throughout the hair. And since this piece I find is quite busy, I want to only focus the highlight on certain area of the hair, not everywhere. So it's gonna be as you can see, it needs a bit more contrast, and we're going to flip it again so it looks like that. Okay, just going to add a bit more contrast to this. But I kind of dig the look, like her hair flowing and stuff. Her hair is not this long, but I feel like it goes well with the piece in general. Sometimes I take artistic liberties with kind of playing around with the hair length and such. Because to be honest, I'm not a big fan of painting short hair. Longer hair for me are more fun to do because, you know, you can make the hair kind of take up space of the canvas, and as well as using the hair for composition purposes that you can. With short hair, there's not much to work with, so long hair, I love long hair, and especially a long dark hair is a lot easier to make. Anyways, next I will take a bit of the color blue that's in the background, and I will attempt to slowly add highlight to the tip of the hair, very subtly. And as you can see, it is with my normal highlight process, so adding a bit of highlight in the center and then making sure that the shadow is kind of squeezing the highlight like that so that it looks shiny. And it is pretty much the same principle with painting metal as well, and with anything that has high shine. So meaning wet things and latex, it's very, very much the same concept. I'm gonna create another layer just so I can actually play around with the hair strands a bit more. See what else I can do. Let's add a bit of shine. Separate those highlight a little bit to line that up and apply shadow so that I can have a bit more separation with the hair colors. Gonna add a bit of highlight there, especially with these tiny hair strands. Take the opportunity to add very, very small white highlight like that to create a nice shine and additional detail to the hair. You can also do the same with this by kind of creating rogue strands that have gone against every other strand pretty much. But I have to make sure to keep an eye out to make sure we're not overdoing it. So as I'm pretty much painting the hair in this way, I'm also looking at my secondary screen to make sure it is not too much. I'm going to add a bit of skin tone highlight to the hair now. Like that. And just kind of brushing it over some of these areas. And I'm gonna go ahead and do the same for the bottom. Like this. Let's see what else. Okay, for this side, I'm just gonna take whatever's already there on the side bane there and just kind of extend it downward. And I'm just gonna stop there. Don't want to overdo it. And maybe we can have a little bit of a rogue strand off to the side-ish. Maybe not that one. Maybe like here, and we're gonna try to make it fairly subtle so it's not the focus of the piece, but you can still tell the hair is flowing naturally there. And just gonna do the same for here too, and then a bit down here. So originally the idea I had was that she's kneeling. I feel like did I explain this? I forgot. This is the second day I'm recording this. I took a break yesterday. I finished my Witcher piece yesterday. It took a while. And yeah, so I took a break. So this is the second day that I'm filming this voiceover. So not sure if I mentioned it, but I had this idea where she's kneeling on water or something, and like the camera lens is the water. So yeah, that's what I had in mind. But I mean, it works this way too, I feel. Okay, let's continue. I don't think we'll need too much highlight here. I think maybe just to add a bit of it with the blue color on the side here. Another great thing about painting black hair is you don't have to go too crazy with the highlights, so that saves a bit of work. Just gonna go here and continue. Gonna add a bit more highlight here, and select a bright color, and we're going to do the same here, and we're going to go into these smaller strands and kind of adding that thin highlight additional details. So I'm gonna bring up here to do the same. Just a bit, not too much. And especially leave a bit of shadow for the ribbon, just adding that in. And then after I'm happy with it, so we'll do before after. So before after, it's just a little bit more shine. You just erase a bit of it, merge down, lock that in, and I'm going to go ahead, put on another layer. I'm going to kind of graze the hair a bit and tone them down with the background color a bit. So I'm gonna see if I can layer this a bit. I'm going to make sure the layers are lighten, and using the background color, gosh, it's not lighten. Get on lighten. There we go. Using that to kind of ease out the hair bit, and I'm gonna see if I can layer on a bit more hair to make it more feathery. So now that I've done that, it looks like this. I'm just going to erase a teeny bit of it, but still keep it there. Kind of a bit more on the side here, on both sides. Erase a little bit of it. I wonder what this is. I just found the layer. I found it. It's the sword. I'm gonna remove that. So I guess I'll call this the fog layer. And then we're gonna do another hair layer. So again, this time I'm gonna use a much darker color so that it will stand out. And we're gonna see if I can layer this. So if this doesn't turn out good, I'm just gonna delete the layer, but this way I wanna see if I can layer it. Doesn't really do too much. I'm looking at the secondary screen and I'm just kind of judging it from the screen. Just gonna bring that down. Some more hair silhouettes, just a little bit different from what I have. I'm going to extend this. I feel like the layering definitely works. I'm not sure if it will give the effects I want though, so I'll just continue for a bit more. I'm going to bring that over a bit. I'm not sure if this works though. See if I can add some strands of hair randomly here. As you can see, if I zoom out, see a bit of layering going on. I mean, it's not too bad. Suppose we just have to keep working at it until it feels complete, pretty much. Gonna have a bit of hair going astray. Have a bit more. Going there. Draw a very thin batch of hair around this area. And I'm just gonna go a little random here. And then for here, same thing, just keep going. Just do this here. Kind of feel like doing a hair overlay over her chest and stuff too, to give the hair more dynamic flow. But yeah, this is what we have. Okay, maybe that's a bit too much. Something like that. Okay, continue off of that. I'm gonna lower the fog. So you can see I can also sort of lower the opacity of the hair to lock that in. And I want to see if I can actually do a bit of shiny shading. Be additional colors that can be played with. So this is what it's gonna turn out looking like. I'm actually gonna darken this. Let me tone that down a bit more. And that's what we have. So I'm gonna keep this and merge that down, and then I'm going to work on the face a bit, because the face does have a bit of the hair on it. I want to refine it a bit. As you can see, I erased the face layer a bit, or the head layer. I'm going to add the hair underneath. Add a bit of highlight. Yeah, not too much. So I'm gonna do that after. So now what I need is I need to put a bit of distance between the hair and the ship. So back to the background layer, going to my lighting layer, and then on airbrush. The hair was a little bit blended into the shape, so I make sure it's more. That should do. Going back to the character layer now. Going onto especially gonna be for sort of highlighting and stuff. So I'm gonna start by adding highlight to the hair pretty much. Focus it on certain areas, not everywhere. So I'm gonna do a variation of small and large hair clumps. Bit of that skin tone. I'll leave it like that. So I have quite a bit of the highlight going on here. I'm gonna try to bring some of that up. Additional highlight detail. I'm going to include a bit of it flowing like that. And then over here. Around, sorry I'm so quiet. But yeah, I get quiet when I'm super focused. Yeah, just kind of a bit of highlight here and there using very, very subtle tiny strokes and a small brush to be able to do these tiny little details. Pop a bit kind of work on the other areas of the character. I want this to be darkish, so let's do this is before, after, just a little bit more detail on the hair. Okay. Now, onto the head. There's not much, well, I guess there's a little bit to work on. I'm gonna zoom in here and rotate it. As you can see, I have a bunch of textures up here that I'm going to use on her leggings later. But yes, just wanted to point that out in case you guys are wondering what they are. And I'm just going to fluff up her ears. Fluff them up. Another alternative is to find a photo stock of some cute doggy ears. Also do them by hand. In this case, I feel like it would be easier by hand. So just shake it out. Just need a little bit of hair sticking out. And I'm going to use a bit of the skin tone right here. On the bottom side of the dark fur. So it's like sandwich, right? Highlight, shadow, and highlight. That always gives them a nice soft effect. So I always do that. And I'm just going to silhouette that with nice little hair on the side. Going to go and do the same for the white part of the fluff inside her doggy ears. Contouring it with the blue that's on the ribbon already. I'm going to and then add a bit of onto the ear. I usually apply the pinkiness afterwards, and on this side too, but it's sort of blocked by the hair. And I'm just going to kind of refine this area. Doesn't need a lot of work, but it just needs a bit more refining of the hair strands. Let me see if I can do some random hair. Just like now. Guess I can just a bit. Okay, now that I have her fluffy ears done and her bangs kind of refined a bit more, I'm going to lock down the layer, and I'm going to go ahead and put a bit of kind of rosiness into the ear. And of course after that I'm going to line the dark part of the ear back, and then use a pinkier color to kind of just highlight the inside of the ear a bit more, and then sunlight is really casting on her hair, and same for the top of her hair. And then even a bit of it like on the side. Right there. And then on the side too. Just like that. And maybe even a bit on top of her forehead. Work on the face and not have to worry if I want to go back I can still make the hair and stuff. So this time I'm just going to render this out a bit more, even though it's already pretty much rendered out, really acceptable level for tutorial of course. I want probably go a bit more ham with this one. I'll probably do that off camera. For tutorial, just a bit of detail is okay, especially when I'm trying to do a more of a full piece tutorial, so I usually don't want to record everything. If that was the case, then I'd be here not really talking for 6 hours or more. Okay, I'm going to try to clean up the ear here a bit, so that it's cleaner. And have a little, no, I don't want to have the highlight. Maybe on her lips. That lip is okay. And a bit on the eyes, even though this is 100% zoomed in. I kind of want to make this canvas just a bit bigger for the face. I'm just going to paint one layer of skin tone up. And kind of making her eyes a bit wider in a way. See if I can whiten the whites of her eyes a bit more. Like that. So this is before, after. And I'm gonna try to kind of make her chin a bit more angular. It should be okay. I'm just going to blur this a bit more. And I'm going to sure if I should highlight that area. Maybe it's better if it's in the dark. Okay, now I'm going to just put a bit of detailing on her little neck piece here. So it's just gonna be sort of similar to her design in game. So we have a thick line, and then a thin line, and then two little dots. And I'm just going to apply that dark shadow into the lines, and then have the highlight to make the lines shiny. Yeah. Oh yeah, she has a mole right here. Actually, I'm not sure which direction to make her, so I'm gonna put the mole right there for now. And later on, if I want to change it, I'll probably change it. And I feel like maybe it was better if her eyes was a little bit sultry. So I'm just going to go back, redo that. So yeah, this is the face, sort of done. And Next, the arm. Oh yeah, the arm probably needs a bit of work. So for the arm, what I'll do is kind of have it. Should I make it highlight or shadow? Let's put it in shadow, and for the top here, I'm going to delete that area and I'm going to make sure it's brighter there. There's a bit of ridge here I want to change. So this part right here, I'm gonna go ahead and add that to my top layer so that I can work on it a bit better. And I'm just going to use my airbrush to soften this. Oh! Yeah, I forgot it's on a separate layer. Forgot the arm is on a separate layer. And I'm just going to kind of try to blend this. Go back to the top layer and very slowly I'm going to subtly put that there. And there we go. Zoom out. Oh yeah, forgot for the arm part. I'm gonna add a bit of shadow. So like that. And going back to the arm, adding that very, very thin layer of really dark shadow where the skin and the clothes meet. And see what else I can add. Maybe I can reduce the size a bit there. And on the top layer where the top is, of course I gotta add that shadow. The shadow where the ribbons are cast. Actually, I'm not sure if I should put it there. Let me create another layer, constrain it down, and make it on a separate layer, and then see if we can play around with it a bit. So maybe like this. Hold on one sec. Oops. And the other ribbon shadow would be like this. So now that I have the shadow sort of sorted, I'm gonna blur it a little. I'm gonna bring it, twist it this way. That's the shadow. I'm going to kind of dull it out a bit. I don't want to be too much. But yeah, so we have that. And then, oh yes, the hand here. The hand is slightly blending into the underwear, so I want to make sure that they both stand out. So I'm gonna try to see if I can just kind of contour the fingers so that it's more visible that it's not blended into the underwear. Yeah, hopefully gets the point across that it is different from the other. Go. Now, the bottom needs some work. Gotta soften everything, including here, it's a bit ragged. So, first things first, lasso that, and that way we can kind of do a very, very quick job of rounding that up. Going down to the leg now. Lock that in. I'll bring the highlight all the way down here. Might add a bit of water drop, honestly. I just feel like some water drop on the butt cheeks would look good. Add a bit of highlight on that side too. And around the shoe. So I did look for a reference for the shoe because I wasn't really sure. It's actually a 3D model of a high heel shoe. I'll correct it later. Just gonna come back here. And buttress this part and get it out. There we go. Okay. Just tackle this real fast. So based on the reference, it feels like, I mean, I guess each high heel is different. Let's see if I can kind of follow the reference that I have. So a round tip here. And then clean up the silhouette. Extend the tip just a bit. And just kind of round it off. Like that. And I'm just going to add a little bit of thickness here. And let's see, actually I want to thin out the side a bit. Thin that up. Going to highlight this side. Merge that down, and then I'm gonna do what's called the other shoe a bit better. So for this, I'm just going to do a bit of this. See if I can do that. So I'm going to actually add a bit of take away a bit of it and add a little bit of it back. The shape is a little better. Maybe just gonna use the lasso tool to help me kind of build a platform for the heel. Oh wait, hold on. Nope. Let's do that again. There we go. Just a bit. It's not super noticeable though. the heel, I'm going to extend the heel a bit lower, and then for the actual heel, I'm going to step right there, and then I'm going to kind of bring it down a bit more. Lock that down. And then just kind of shade that in. I'm going to make it a little darker here. And then on the back of the heel, I want to see if I can add like some shadow here. And let's see what else I can do. Probably gonna see if I can resize the heel a bit actually. Let me just put that on. Let me merge down. Tweak the shoe a bit. Did the best with that. Oh, let's see if I can actually. I'm not super happy with the silhouette of this heel, to be honest. Let me see if I can go back. Let's go with that. And also I'm gonna see if I can kind of make it a little glossier. I'm gonna select certain spots with the lasso to help me create a shiny effect, especially here. Gonna blow it out a bit, maybe. Come back here to render a heel bit. Okay, now that I have that done, it's time to do a bit of rendering on the knee area and stuff. So just try to blend stuff in together. So I'm gonna zoom in here. And I'm gonna try to blend this in, make it a bit cleaner. I'm gonna select the top of the knee and kind of do a bit of shadow around it so it's nice and smooth looking. Add a bit of highlight here, here, to make it look a bit red. Put a bit of shadow here, highlight there, put a highlight at the bottom to create a droplet effect. And a bit more detail down there. at this phase it's all about blending. I'm going to select that area, doing the same as I did for the top of the knee. Yes, her leg is quite thick now. I'm trying to see if I should kind of like not make it so thick. I'm not. Maybe I should keep it thick like that. Gonna go to the knee here. So I did have to extend the knees because I extended the canvas, and that's why it's a little messy at the knee area. So I'm just going to try my best to kind of refine it out, add a bit of highlight there. And try to kind of sketch out the anatomy of the knee. So one kneecap here and then another one down there. That's what I remember from. Actually, it might be a bit too much. I'm gonna reduce that a bit. Don't want to be too much. But I still want to indicate the anatomy of the knee. So bring that in and softly blend together using the airbrush, of course. Better like that. I'm going to clean up the shape of the stocking a bit. Okay, so this is what I have. So that it's a little bit more render. I mean the knees is a bit more render. Let me just put a super bright highlight here, and then with a droplet. So similar shadow and then highlight to create a wet droplet effect. And blend this in. And then I'm going to select that area real quick. Let's see if I can like highlight that area. I guess I could. And we're gonna put a few water droplet effects around. Going to kind of blur some of it in so it's not too obvious. Okay, so now for this part here, it's quite sharp, so I want to kind of make it a little less sharp. So I'm going to gradually contour it with a bit of shadow around the leg. Select the undie and add shadow underneath. And okay, that should be it. So now what I'll do is show you guys the phase where I start adding some texture to the stockings. What I typically usually do back in the days when I did a lot of bridal pieces. Actually, I should probably get back to that at some point. Haven't done many bridal pieces for a while. But yes, as you can see, I just kind of take a bit of that texture, put it there, and of course I have to make sure it fits, so I edit it in a way that it fits into the band over to that side and extended it a bit. So that is the band for the stocking. Oh wow, that is quite shiny, isn't it? It is quite shiny. And then onto the other side, same thing. Again with the stocking band. This one might be a bit tricky because it has more surface to cover. So I have to edit this. It's a little harder to kind of contour it, but this is what I have. Same thing, we're gonna clean that up, erase a bit of it. So to a point where it starts to sort of make sense. So I think that makes sense. I'm going to actually darken this a bit more. Like that. So this is before, after, just with a bit more trimming, a bit more detail, a bit more trimming. And now that I've done that, I'm gonna go back here and sort of try to blend things in a bit better. Just kind of highlight the leg muscle and try to see if I can blend this in a bit better. So this is and probably I want to bring back some of that detail, so I brought it back. And these are the other texture that I have. Oh yeah, this one is slightly more detailed. I wonder if I can add some nice detail with that. Let's see. So I'm gonna see if I can use it. Lower the opacity so it's just purely for texture purpose. Yeah, it adds a little bit more to the piece. And I'm gonna go back here. This is one of my favorite textures that I've saved. One, because it's very high resolution so that I can just kind of use it as a nice texture for the leg. But sometimes it doesn't work out too well, so in that case I have to not use it. But this is one of my favorite textures. I'm going to subtly remove and highlight. So this is what that looks like. I can make it a little brighter. As you can see, once I put the texture on, it loses. Actually, I can put the texture maybe on the bottom. Actually, I don't want to use that texture. I think it looks better this way. I just have to make sure this part is covered by the little intricate details so it doesn't get left out. So just going on ahead and covering that. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to highlight it. There we go, so now it matches a bit better. Zoom out. Alright, I'm gonna do the same for this side just one more time. is losing a bit of detail over there. Also I kind of want to make sure it's not super wide here. So there is a bit of trying to contour the lake, so there's gonna be a bit of maybe I should maybe erase that part. A bit of what's it called, difference in volume. And I think maybe this might be a bit better. Go with that. I'm going to bring the skin tone up a bit more. Okay, now back to this. I'm going to take this side. Make it in a way that it goes into the distance so that it feels like it's wrapped around the lake a bit better. And I'm just going to add a bit more skin tone there, and then maybe a bit more white color here to emphasize the underwear hair. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the top there. Wait, where is that empty space? Oh, that. Okay, it's the arm. Okay, I'm gonna remove that. There we go. Now it's better. Okay, so this is what I have now, and this is before, after. It just adds a little bit extra, a little bit of something extra. But yeah, ooh, that was quite a ride. Sorry if I was quiet during some of those moments, but yes, I think I'm going to actually, oh gosh, maybe that's too much. I'm going to see if I can actually, I'm gonna make another layer. It's gonna be my edit layer. I'm gonna create edit, and first thing I'm gonna do, brighten, so that I can brighten the top here. And maybe a bit of the hair. And as well as the ships, a bit right here, and then a bit of environmental color down here, except I'm going to make sure the shoes are kind of not in that fogginess. Okay, let's go for this. Actually, I'm gonna try if I try a different layer from this. That's kind of pretty. Lighten. Let's make it a bit more colorful for lighten. What else can we do? I'm going to create another layer. I'm gonna find another lens flare because I feel like I need the perfect lens flare for this finishing touch. Okay, I found one, but I'm not sure if it will suit this. So put it on screen. And let's see where I can put So I'm just kind of rotating and see what looks good. I'm going to brighten, kind of increase the contrast of it and see if it will show a little. I don't know about this one. Maybe I can include it like that. I don't know. Not sure about that lens flare. But okay, so we're gonna have that, and I wanted to see if it would be nice if I included some small little particles, so like sakura, and then kind of have the sakura like going into the sky, something like that, so that it could be a little bit of that extra little something. Actually, I think it actually adds to the image. I think it sort of completes it. So yeah, always try to find these little particle thingies to kind of add to your piece, and maybe it can make it even better. There we go. See? It's looking a lot more intricate. And last but not least, I'm gonna go and kind of adding some shadow to some of these petals so that it doesn't look too flat. Okay, so that's what we have, and I feel like it would be really cool to add a like, you know, those the graphics from the game into it. Alright, I'll probably do the graphics later on, but yeah, this is pretty much done. I'll probably do some rendering off camera later on, but this is a pretty good finished state. Probably like fix the hilt of the sword afterwards as well. I'm gonna apply one more of my favorite filters to really kick it up a notch. So yeah, it is a very like loud filter. You can also kind of reduce that a bit and kind of make sure her leg is really dark. I mean this part is darker because it's closer to the camera, and the face might be a bit darker and underneath the chest too, but everything else is pretty much a little brighter. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I hope you guys enjoy that. This was quite a wild ride, and yeah, hopefully you guys took something useful from that, and thank you for watching. If you stayed till the end, maybe I could just be like a nice background noise for you guys while you guys paint, because I do that too. I watch like videos while I paint the background, video in the background while I paint. But yeah, I'll see you guys in the next voiceover tutorial, and I'll probably try to draw like a portrait focusing on hair, because I did get a few suggestions on how to paint hair, so I will focus on that. So yeah, if you guys have any suggestions for me, let me know, and I will try to cover it in the next voiceover tutorial. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. Take care and have a great day or night.